Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
There are not, and I believe everybody's received the updated agendas with the changes yesterday.
Updated as of when?
Yesterday, yeah.
Oh.
There was 2 items added to the closed session. 3 legal update and 4 insurance update.
Okay. If there's nothing else to add, we have a motion to adopt as presented. Ken? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The adoption of the minutes of the council meeting of June the 17th. Are there any errors or omissions? Morning, Claus. Bob? Those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. And 9:30, we have a road access agreement, agricultural business onto restricted road.
Are you gonna outline it before you? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Through you, your worship.
Who?
Sorry. Okay. Jeremy's just going to give a background on this issue, and then Mr. Shooten's going to come in and speak to council.
Is he here?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties this morning, so I don't have my computer in front of me. But I can provide a pretty good summation since I did write the report. Morning, Mike. So anyway, Mr. Mike Shooten, who is the owner of Committed Ag, and I will pull up the details so there is some reference as far as the location that we're going to be discussing today and the challenges that Mr. Shooten has. So just to provide a little bit of background to this, this predates me, so I'm gathering details on a lot of this. But the town of Colehurst and the county of, or Lethbridge County, well, it was probably the county of Lethbridge at that point, and Lethbridge County entered into an agreement to develop Township Road 92 and Range Road 22-3, which is on the east boundary of Colehurst here. This is that access that was done basically to create a secondary traffic route for traffic to not enter onto Highway 3 because of all the accident concerns from the intersection. So the county entered into an agreement for the development of this roadway. Part of that agreement involved secondary agreements that were to be entered into for agricultural operations to gain access essentially onto the roadway. Now the issue and the concern that has come up that I've had discussions with Mr. Shooten on here in the last little period of time is he owns the northwest of 15922, this parcel back here that's highlighted by that cursor is over top of right now, has a small panhandle access out to Range Road 22-3, which there is about 500 meters here, a little bit over 500 meters, that is all within the town of Colehurst boundary. So as part of our agreement with the town, in regards to the road access on 22-3 and Township Road 92, is we mutually agree on road ban situations and stuff like that, as well as exemptions for different operations. So for this area right here, we would typically have a 75% ban on it in the spring. For agricultural operations, typically we would always grant an exemption up to 90% so they could get product in and out, whether it be seed or whatever that exemption might be. It's very common across the county that we have exemption agreements with areas that are landlocked essentially by a hard surface roadway. So we give them an exemption permit essentially for that, for their operations base. So in Mr. Shooten's case, if this was a purely a county road, I would give him an exemption up to 90% on that roadway. In the case of this, though, it is the town of Colehurst. The town of Colehurst has taken this to their council for approval, which typically I don't bring this to council, essentially to offer an exemption to an ag operation. We do that, and then we monitor if there's any damages or anything that are incurred as part of that. The town of Colehurst has council decided that they were not going to grant any exemption, and this goes back to 2017 when there was discussions in regards to making sure there was an exemption in place so that Mr. Shooten could have access to this portion of the roadway, as well as the remainder access of Range Road 22392, so he gets product to market. So I've had discussions with the town of Colehurst CAO, who took that, like I said, took that to their council. Their council has strucken it down. So what I'm coming to you as council today is to offer a letter of support for Mr. Shooten so that he can have access to this small section of roadway that the county has shared in the cost of upgrading with the town of Colehurst, to express our support for ag operations, especially in this issue of being restricted on your product weight loads. Go ahead.
So is that, is there any residence or any business on that piece of land? Or what's there?
I will allow Mr. Shooten to talk to that. He owns Committed Ag, which is this operation is right here.
Yeah, we own the 79-acre parcel that is listed. Our residence is located on there, as well as an office building and 2 warehouses, commodity sheds. And so that is where Committed Ag operates its business out of.
So that's that piece right there,
That's that piece right there.
right there.
Correct.
And you got two, correct? Quonset or whatever it is.
Yeah, so that picture looks like it might be a year outdated. To the east of the property, that black shed, there's actually a second Quonset there. It's a 12,000 square foot pole building used for agricultural commodity storage. And that's our warehousing and distribution facility.
This is a 2018 ortho photo, so this isn't 2021. We're just in the process of having that photo done.
Go ahead, Claus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as I understand it, there was an agreement with the town of Colehurst and the county at the time. So why did the town of Colehurst go back on the agreement, or do I have that wrong?
Technically, there was no agreement, no formal agreement at the time. It was more we would work to, from what I can gather from the backlog of information that I have, that there was records that we would enter into an agreement because of 2019. I believe there was an exemption granted at that time.
Yeah, we received landlocked permit from the county of Lethbridge in 2019. And in 2020, I think the provincial government basically had said because of the pandemic, the road permitting situation is on hold, operate as normal.
Yeah. The province relaxed all restrictions in 2020 due to the pandemic and the moving of commodities essentially at that point. Now, just rewinding a little bit, this used to be within the county. Now this is annexed now within the town as of, like I said, I don't have my report right in front of me, but this was annexed by the town into their boundaries.
Claus?
Wouldn't there be an automatic exemption if it was annexed to town? So that means that Mr. Shooten cannot operate his business the way he should be able to?
Every municipality has control over their own road, and they're their own acting road authority. In this instance, because we didn't have a agreement in place, and even then, I just literally finished the agreement that we would have on Range Road 223 and Township Road 92 with the town of Colehurst here a year ago. This was a portion that was not addressed essentially within that, and I was not aware of this given situation until it came to my attention this year, because we had always issued the land lock permit, just like I said, as a standard previously.
Ann?
For clarification too, when I got here in 2018, some of this issue was still outstanding. And the challenging piece of it is that a lot of this stuff should be handled operationally, but in Colehurst, they just do things a little bit differently. So that's why it's been taking so long to get this MOU in place.
So, just to go back a little further, the town of Colehurst bought a piece of land, and they didn't use it all, and for future use, they were going to use it for storm ponds. Which one was that? And if this has been annexed, I didn't think that piece of land was part of the annexation. Because below it isn't, right?
We purchased this property in the fall of 2017 from the town of Colehurst.
Oh, okay.
On the north part of that subdivision is where the storm tailing
Okay,
ponds were supposed
okay.
to be.
That'd be
Okay.
this portion right here.
That's correct. So there's a, I think it's about 100 yards into our property line from the north moving south that, you know, is zoned so that we can't do any type of development. And there's a few easements there.
Yeah.
The most interesting thing for me here was, when we purchased this piece of land from the town, we went to the county of Lethbridge to be sure that we could, one, run the business that we had asked for and obtain the proper permitting, which we had gotten and received. The town had a council meeting. They decided that they didn't want our business operating on that piece at that time because of the investment they were making into the road, and so the entire real estate transaction fell through. 2 months went by, they picked up the phone, called us back and said, hey, we've changed our mind. Let's put this deal back together, and away we went. We transacted the deal. That following year in 2018, we ran business as per normal, obtained the landlocked permits through the county with no issues. And then we started having things unfold from there with the town.
But that land was part of the county that they bought from us for the stormwater line and the storm retention pond. So are you sure it's part of the town?
It's part of the intermunicipal development plan of the town of Colehurst.
But it's not actually within the municipal boundaries of Colehurst.
Sorry, which one are you talking to? You're referring to the sewage lagoons, or you're referring to the roadway?
I know, I'm not talking about the road, I'm talking about the piece of property.
The piece of property is within Lethbridge County.
Okay,
It was owned previously, I guess now, to.
yeah,
by the
they
town
had
of
to sell
Colehurst.
it, because they couldn't own that much land, I forget how the deal went, when they asked permission to buy it. Do you remember, Steve? No, the other one.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the land was privately held. The town had to get permission from the county for them to purchase to own it within the county's jurisdiction, which you guys granted. And then later, once they have it, they have the right to sell it or sell some of it or whatever. But that piece, the road is the boundary to the town.
Yeah.
So the road is the town, but the parcel's still in the town.
So, and the reason I asked the question was because it'd be pretty hard for us to write a letter in support of you if it wasn't inside the town. So, but I mean, now that it's for sure it's part of the county, that's a different story altogether, I think. Yeah. Claus?
Well, something doesn't add up here. I mean, first of all, the town of Colehurst did not want to have you guys buy that land. Then later on, they changed their mind because, for whatever reason, so they picked up the phone and called you that the deal is on again. So when they told you that the deal is on, then the other, all the other stuff should have been in place right away again, that you guys could have had the access to them.
Yeah, to be honest, at that point, there was still some confusion about who controlled that road from our end. And so, once we obtained the permits through the county in 2018, the assumption was made that the county is the one that we go to each year to obtain those permits, until this year. And this is the year we found out that the town has the ability to say yes or no.
So one other question is, when they are doing construction in Colehurst, do they still, do they give overweight permits or non-ban permits to the construction companies like to haul cement and gravel and all that in?
They would have to. I understand what your inference is in this case is, yes, I mean, if people were looking to get access on there, they would be required if it was springtime and we did have road bans on that section of roadway, even the Township Road 92, Range Road 22-3, the county puts up those road ban signs, and I give a notification to the town that we're putting spring road bans in place. They kind of follow us on that, so anybody that was trying to get access, essentially at that point, as soon as they got to that boundary point, would need a second access permit from the town of Colehurst.
Okay, thanks. Ken?
Yeah,
You sure?
The annexation, that, the west, the east boundaries and the north boundaries of, ended up in, Colehurst. And that's how that road ended up in with Colehurst. But it stops at the bottom because they took that and that did the annexation on that one, bottom one too. But the bottom one is that county.
Do we know when that agreement was done? Is there a dated signed agreement that?
Probably.
And I mean, would it be normal practice for them to contact the landowners that are affected by that change?
Sorry, Ann?
Okay, so it's prior to the transaction, but the agreement to actually change, I guess, who mandates the permitting process.
As soon as, I understand what you're asking, as soon as essentially any roadway is annexed, then it becomes under the control of that municipality. So in this very unique circumstance, we're talking about a small section of roadway that was annexed on the south portion that basically creates a secondary permit requirement. Because you would still require a landlocked permit from us, essentially to access Range Road 22-3 and Township Road 92, but then you would need a second permit from the town of Colehurst because they are the road authority for that small section of roadway there.
Okay.
Hence the agreements or the discussions with the town.
It's just interesting that didn't come to light until this year for some reason, from their angle, right? I mean, we dealt directly through the county prior to that transactionally, and so that's why it's confusing.
I can see why it is. Ann?
Just a thought too, we've had a request from the town of Colehurst to have a intermunicipal meeting on planning, and this would be a very good item to get to the bottom of. It's just a suggestion for council.
Okay.
But how long I'm sorry. But how long would that take? And then, I'm sure you would like to have something in place right now.
Well, we applied for this permit. I'll double check. I think it was in March. I got a letter dated from the town of Colehurst on June 22nd. So if it's following that timeline for something this major, yeah, we definitely need to have something in place prior to the spring for us to operate our business. I mean,
So for the portion of Range Road 22-3 and Township Road 92 currently right now, that is at 100%. There is no restrictions on that within the county boundaries. Now, I don't know, does your letter from the town then state that you have a restriction on the Colehurst portion?
so we applied for 90%, and that was defeated. So everything on the Colehurst portion is 100% as well. There aren't any current bans.
There aren't any current bans. So this is essentially, this portion needs to be rectified before we get into spring road bans of 2022.
Correct.
Is the intention. So there is, just to speak to Councillor Zeenstra's inquiry, currently the situation is that product is moving. He has 100% But when we get around to next spring, that's when the 75% ban would come into place, and then that's when he's looking to get the exemption to 90%.
Oz?
So I think it's really necessary that we bring this up with the town of Colhurst and resolve this one, because in my opinion, it doesn't make any sense that it's going the route it is, and by the looks of it, we still have room time till the spring.
Yep.
So we should be able to get this resolved with our IDP committee or whatever it is, yeah.
Ann?
Also, if we wanted to today, council could send a letter of, a resolution requesting that this be discussed at a very soon-to-occur meeting with the town of Colhurst. Because just a formal resolution of council would have a lot more weight.
Yeah. I would agree with that. Yep. Any other questions? Yep, go ahead, Oz.
Well, okay, I'll move that to resolution and that we get in touch with Colhurst as soon as possible and see that we can resolve this and get together and have a discussion about it and see that we can resolve this.
Just to clarify that, this is going to be a letter of support, similar to what is in the recommendation portion? Or are you just looking for verbal
Whichever one
contact?
goes faster.
I think it could be a combination letter. Yeah.
Yeah, I would suggest though that we move the recommendation regarding letter of concern showing our support for the landowner, as well as an invitation to meet regarding the IDP committee.
I'll make that amendment. Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? Call for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Thanks for coming in this morning.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate that support and your time.
Okay, let's move down to subdivision application number 2021-0-96. Whenever you're ready, Steve.
Slow loading. Okay, maybe just as this tries to load here, that this application is approximately 1.5 miles southeast of the town of Albleford, 2.5 miles east of Highway 23. The applicants have applied to resplit an existing 10-acre parcel into two totals, being 6.81 acres and 3.1 acres respectively in size. Let's see if we can zoom in here. Yeah, it just seems, there we go. All right, so this is the parcel here on the east side of the road. So they're looking to split here just south of the dugout. The south portion will be 6.1 acres in size. There's an existing yard there with a dwelling, garage, sheds, tree shelter belt and such. The north part would be 3.19 acres at the north end, which is presently vacant land other than the water dugout that's on site there. So the proposed separation is to occur just to the south of the dugout. The existing residence's septic system will stay within the confines of this 6.1 acres on the south. Won't be affected by that. This yard has its utilities in place, so a soils test will be required. However, for the north portion, the 3.19 acres being created, which is a condition of approval on the draft resolution in front of you, to just verify suitability for a septic system on that northern portion. So this application does fall under your subdivision criteria as a resplit of a subdivision 20 acres or less in size. The proposed 3.19 acres complies with your minimum 2 acre parcel size. It's above that. The applicant is proposing for now a private cistern dugout system for the new lot for water, until such time in the future perhaps that they might be able to get an additional North County potable water co-op. There's no abandoned gas wells, and there's no confining feeding operations in proximity where the MDS would be compromised with this application. So during the referral of this application, there was no objections or concerns were received. Since I sent the information package and resolution out, we have received 2 additional comments from Echo Gas and Fortis. Both have no objections and don't require any easements. So with that, I have recommended a approval to you on your draft resolution that's in front of you, with the conditions that taxes are paid up to date, a development agreement is entered into if required. That the third condition would be that professional soils analysis done to confirm soil suitability, and that they have a plan of survey done on that northern portion as approved. One of the items applicable to this application is that they would have to pay a municipal reserve payment to the county on the area that they're starting with, the 10 acres. So that value came back from less at 18,000 per acre is the value of municipal reserve. So with that, those 4 conditions and the payment of municipal reserve to the county, I have recommended approval to you, as it does conform to your criteria of the bylaw.
Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. When was that 10 acres subdivided there, Steve? When was that done?
It was originally done back in 1978.
1978, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I guess we could use a motion. Claus?
I'll move that the subdivision application 2021-0-096 be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Any further discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Okay, let's move down to subdivision application 2021-0-093. J.F. Murray Farms.
All right, Mr. Chair, this next application is just northwest of Picture Butte. It's approximately 2 miles west of Highway 25 and 2 miles northwest of Picture Butte. Did I go too far here? There we go, not far enough. 17, 11, 21. Here we are. All right, so next application is to subdivide out a 6.55 acre parcel, which would be the first subdivision out of the quarter section. They're looking to subdivide kind of triangular shape here in the corner outside the irrigation pivot with the dugout and the trees and the residence here on the yard. The yard contains the residential dwelling, a pond, a pump house shed, and a small fenced pasture area. The dwelling is served by an on-site septic system that will remain within the confines of the property once subdivided. For water for the residents, they have their own self-treated system, which comes from the irrigation dugout, fed dugout. It serves the house, and they self-treat that for their water. So on this application, it is the first subdivision out of the quarter section, so it's eligible for subdivision. The proposed 6.55 acre parcel size conforms to your bylaws. 2 acre minimum, does not exceed 10 acres in size. And the residual agricultural parcel also exceeds the agricultural parcel size. There are no abandoned gas wells in proximity to this proposal. There are no confined feeding operations where any applicable minimum distance separation would be compromised. All of the CFOs in the area it well meets and exceeds. I did have one call from a neighbor to the west on it. I'm wondering about the MDS, but they require about 230 meters, and it was over 1,200 meters to their place, so it was well exceeds any distance that was required. So during the circulation of this application, there's no objections or concerns received. The one utility, ACO Gas, did request that the county grant a condition of an easement that they require for a gas line through there. So with it being the first subdivision out and conforming to your subdivision criteria, I have recommended approval to you. And on this one, it'd just be the 3 conditions of that the taxes are paid and up to date to the county, development agreement entered into if required, and third, that the ACO Gas easement be finalized prior to final endorsement.
Any questions? Barry? Claus?
Well, I guess I'll make this one then too. Recommend that the subdivision application 2021-0-093 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Any further discussion? Call for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Subdivision application 2021-0-105, Reich.
All right, Mr. Chair, this next application is south of the city. It's approximately 1.5 miles southwest of the Lethbridge Airport and 2 miles east of the St. Mary River.
That's not irrigated, right?
No.
No, no. Yes, this application is also for a first subdivision out of the quarter section. There's dry land. They've applied for a 9.27 acre parcel. there, as you can see in the corner. The yard area is largely on the south end, contains shop, multiple garages, sheds, number of green bins. A second older, the original farmhouse, which is no longer used for that, kind of a storage building. The proposal is to square off the subdivision to the north quarter section line. This area up here actually includes the septic field system between here up to the dugout. And this actual area is not, as you can see here, part of the cultivated farmland, where their septic system's located within there. In reviewing this proposal, there are no abandoned gas wells in proximity. There are a number of gas pipelines. You can maybe see it from the diagram in your package there with the sketch that crisscross through the quarter section, but none are located in the yard area where we're doing the subdivision. And obviously down in this area, there are no confined feeding operations in close proximity. So the proposal is eligible for subdivision consideration as the original farm stood out within the quarter section. The land is just outside. It's adjacent to the boundary with the city of Lethbridge. So this road here is the defining boundary with the city. So it's just outside that. So the IDP with the city is not applicable on this application. It is within the area of the airport. The airport, what we call the airport vicinity area. So it was circulated to NAV Canada. NAV Canada has no concerns or objections to the proposal. One of the things is due to the proximity to the St. Mary's River in the valley there, just being on the upper bench here, it is identified as potentially containing a historic resource 5 paleontological category. So our application was referred to Alberta Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women Department. No comments have been received at the time of general report, but the typical practice is a first subdivision out of quarter section. They don't have to do anything special, and they aren't required to apply for what we call clearance from Alberta Historical Resources in order to proceed. So on this application, I have recommended approval to you on the draft resolution as a first subdivision of the quarter section. The conditions would be that property taxes are paid up to date, development agreement is entered into if required. ACO Gas has requested an easement on this application. And the fifth condition does refer to meeting any conditions of historical resource or obtain clearance if required. To this date, Alberta Culture has not responded to the application. So I suspect they will not have to do anything prior to final endorsement. But when I sent this to you, brought to the county, which is almost like 2 weeks ago, I put that on there just in case over these last 2 weeks something came in, but we haven't received anything. So, but on the basis of it being no objections are concerned and it conforming to your criteria, I have recommended that approval to you as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thanks, Steve. Any questions? Go ahead, Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So ACO Gas is asking for easement on that subdivision?
Yeah.
Why? Because they're not even there, right?
They say that they have a gas line that runs through there. That's not protected. As you can see in item F in the informative, it says ACO Gas has no existing utility right-of-way on the subject property. The existing utility right-of-way is not sufficient for subdivision servicing. the landowner is required to contact ATCO Gas to execute utility right away to the satisfaction of ATCO Gas.
Well, Steve, could it be from the wells to the west? Just a pipeline?
Well, ATCO pipeline, usually the pipelines we get from ATCO Transmission, it used to be called ATCO pipelines, and they have no objections or concerns. Usually what happens though is once the subdivision is approved, your approval goes back out to the utility companies again. Occasionally we get from the utility agency, when it goes to their engineering department, at that time sometimes we get a second back. Sometimes it says, oh, we don't require anything now, or engineering department reviewed it and we don't require anything. So if there is nothing there, or they're not servicing this area, then that might come back from them in that fashion.
You know, just for curiosity's sake down there, but I always thought that the ATCO Gas, these gas companies, they have an automatic easement anyways when it's needed for them. Like, it doesn't matter where the parcel is. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it's not automatic. For future stuff, if somebody gets the service, then they have the leverage because they say, well, to bring it in, you have to sign the easement with us to service, for what you need. But on the subdivision, what they're trying to do, or what the subdivision regulations requires us to do, is to capture existing stuff that was there previously and there was no utility put in right away put in place prior, whatever. So, but like I say, usually these are always, if it gets approved, double reviewed, because then it goes to the engineering department. I say often we get stuff back later that says actually we don't require anything or don't need anything, or if they need the service, we'll just deal with it at that time. If they need a new service or whatever. So the initial referral goes to the land agent, and then after it's approved, then it goes to their engineering department or something. So it does happen probably about a quarter of the time, I would say, maybe, that we get a second thing back saying we actually don't need anything.
Clause.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It probably doesn't matter, but I think that, after you sent them the invitation to see if, they had any objections to it, they probably realized that they didn't have an easement, and they probably thought, hey, we better get one in now that we can push one through.
Yeah.
That's what I get out of this whole thing. But it's probably okay.
Any other questions? So Steve, you talked about abandoned gas wells.
Yeah.
Are there any of the oil wells to the west abandoned, or are they all in production still? Because there's quite a few oil wells to the west.
I don't know, because I can't say for certain. I'd have to go on the Alberta Energy Regulator site to check.
Okay.
On the subdivision, they have to provide it to us for the quarter, because we have to make sure the distance that we meet the distance back. Occasionally you get one in a yard or something.
Yeah, they're across the road
Yeah, so that'd be
to the west.
to the west. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it was, it'd be far enough away.
Okay, and then that big transformer station, or whatever you want to call it there in the corner, that has no influence on anything, does it?
No.
Okay.
No.
Any other questions? Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move subdivision application 2021-0-105 be approved subject to the conditions outlined in the draft resolution.
Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And subdivision application 2021-1, 2021-0-107.
Mr. Chair, this next application is located within the Stewart Siding Industrial Park. They're splitting an existing lot just south of Stewart Avenue and east of Cox Drive. Right here where the cursor is. The application is to split a 5.1 acre industrial parcel in Stewart Siding here is zoned as rural general industrial to create two equal-sized lots, each at 2.59 acres respectively in size for industrial use. The parcel is presently vacant. As you can see currently here, there's a access approach on the north side to Stewart Avenue. The south lot here would have to take access off of Cox Drive, just like the one across to the west there. The applicant is designed to split those lots and develop them in the future. They have put together a development application for the county on the one lot to start the construction of a commercial multi-bay building to lease out or possibly subdivide and sell in the future those commercial bays. For servicing, cisterns for water would be used, as many businesses currently do in Stewart Siding. Septic would be managed through individual septic tank pump-out systems. Any of the businesses there would be low volume water users, guys doing shop work and that type of thing. So likely would just be, a small bathroom in the corner type of a thing with a sink and a toilet, so not using water for processing type of stuff, obviously. So I don't know yet what the proposals are, but you may possibly maybe see in the fall or early next year, once that building's built, if they decide to condominiumize it, you may see a condominium application back to you, or they just might lease them out. So they're applied just to build the building for now. But for today, we're just dealing with the two lot split here to create the two lots. So this application is eligible for subdivision consideration within the county's subdivision criteria for the Rural General Industrial Land Use District in the Stewart Siding Industrial Park. The proposal complies with the lot size criteria, which is above 2 acres where municipal services are not available. The proposal also complies with the 1981 Stewart Siding Area Structure Plan. That plan is a little bit dated, but there are no specific policies that prevent the re-subdivision. And there's no specific criteria relating to particular lot layouts or sizes other than meeting the minimum requirements of the bylaw, which it does in this case. This proposal is situated within the Lethbridge County and City of Lethbridge IDP boundary. However, given that the proposal is within an adopted area structure plan area, we have a policy in the IDP says that we don't have to refer it to the city in those cases, and it does comply with the few IDP policies we have that are applicable to this area and the Stewart Siding. So with that, overall, there's no objections or concerns received on the application. At the time of the agenda report, there were no utility easements requested. I have since received a few more replies. Talasaco Forest, none of them require an easement or object. Alberta Transportation has granted an approval. It's within the distance to Highway 4 there, but they have no issues with it. Access is internal within the Stewart Siding, and 2 more lots won't cause any stress or additional traffic concerns at the intersection there at Highway 4, so they've granted an approval. So with that, I have recommended approval to you with the conditions of property taxes being paid up to date, a development agreement entered into. They will need another approach there for that south lot. They submit a final plan of survey, And when I sent this to you, I did have the easements for utility agencies, but we don't need anything because we've heard back from them all now. And I will note that in this case, there's no municipal reserve payment because when this lot was created along to the other ones here, it was paid at that time, so it's paid out. So there's no MR provisions on this application. But so on the basis with the complaint to the bylaw and the Stewart Siding Area Structure Plan, I have recommended approval to you as outlined in the draft resolution with those conditions.
Thanks, Steve. Any questions? So Steve, just a couple. I noticed they're both numbered 26 originally. Have they been split? Because they all belonged to Charlton and Hill at one time.
Yeah, back in, I guess it was 2005 that it was registered in 2006. There was some reconfiguration that went on in here. This was all one title, and these lots were created here, and this was split here, which created this. Was part of that 2005 subdivision, and then it was registered 2006. That's why it's the 2006 number.
So, but I'm in the picture with the where the Quonset,
Here?
the shop are.
Yeah.
It's numbered 26, and so is the one we're splitting today. Does that make any difference?
No, it's block 26, but
Oh.
this is lot 2 and this is lot 3,
Oh,
whatever.
okay.
So
And one other thing, all the dirt they hauled in there, will that make any effect on the drainage in the area?
it's my understanding from talking to Hillary or Sarah before, whatever, that as part of the development application on there, they're doing a lot grading plan that they're submitting to the county. So that should be dealt with through that process and the development permit stage they applied
Because
for
they put a lot of dirt in there.
just recently.
No,
That-
a couple of years ago.
That
They put dirt in the other lots now on the
that was
south.
with Cox when Cox had it.
Yeah, over from Cox's here. Yeah, when he had it.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, it was pretty low.
Yeah. But I know at one of our recent development review meetings we had, when I brought up this application, was they talked about when they applied for development about the lot grading plan.
Jeremy?
Just in response to your inquiry in regards to the drainage, Mr. Chairman, currently right now, I have my survey staff working on checking all the culverts throughout that whole subdivision. The water essentially on each of these lots goes, north and west, so off of those lots, primarily it would go to Cox Drive, to the ditch on that side, on the east side of the roadway, and then on Stewart Avenue to the north. And there is a culvert from the intersection of Stewart Ave and Cox Drive that then goes further to the north, and this ends up going under the transportation right away eventually.
It goes into those three ponds there,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
it goes
Yeah.
to the north up that way. So we are checking the actual ditch bottom as well as each of the culvert spots, and that was actually a request that we did receive from, or an inquiry we received from Kasado Developments as well.
Any other questions? Seeing as there's no questions, I guess we could use a motion to approve. Ken? Any further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Steve. We have no public hearings today, so next is municipal services. Sorry. Yeah, can I go in?
trying to sit down.
Get out. Thanks, Steve.
Yep, thanks, Steve. Whenever you're ready.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say I skipped over a little bit of a formality here this morning. Good morning to all. Mr. Chairman, Council. We kind of just went straight into business, which is always good, but it's nice to see faces finally around the table. So I can test reactions now to different things that come out. Except for I'm going to have a little bit of eyes on the back of my head to catch these two off to the side still.
You know, the only disappointing thing about this thing is you can't go into the bank anymore with a mask on.
Surprised that you didn't say that Morris should wear a mask.
It's not required anymore. I don't know what the fall means, but, well, we'll go with it for now. So anyway, today I'm here to talk about a number of different documents, but I'm going to start here with the first agenda item I have, which is rescinding policies that are going to be amalgamated into the Public Works level of service policy. So as administration has been reviewing a number of existing policies, the ones detailed in this document here involve ones in our 300 and 600 documents, and they all are going to be essentially amalgamated into the level of service policy that is the next agenda item. Lots of these are repetitious in the cases of even some of the right-of-way purchasing or right of entry, as well as fencing, crop damage, those kind of pieces. All of these policies have not been updated in a very long period of time. So the ones that I have on the list for discussion today are Policy 312, crop damage, Policy 313, fencing, Policy 315, purchase of right-of-way, Policy 316, right of entry, 317, road construction program, 609, road top vegetation control, 610, seeding county right-of-way and borough areas, 611, backsloping and vegetation management. So most of these policies, I'm not going to go through all of the details unless everyone really wants me to recite every year that these were adopted. Most of these have not been revised in any shape and form except for one that was revised in 2018, which was an ASB policy. That was Policy 610. Most of these are near 10 plus years, essentially, since they've been updated or revised. All these policies were updated by, or were passed by council in their, back in 79 and 80 and 93 by the looks of most of these policies. And now we're essentially, as administration has been reviewing these, then we're looking to update these accordingly. So in developing the Public Works level of service policy, these previously adopted ones were reviewed for relevancy, as they are necessary procedures that address situational controls during construction or other operational activities that the Public Works Department would have or the ASB Department would have at any given time. So the core of these previous policies were adopted are now going to be adopted into the Public Works level of service under construction and rehabilitation primarily. And you'll see that if I can refer back to a new policy that potentially is coming, these are in the road, like I said, the road construction, the rehabilitation portion is where these policies will be relevant because they involve vegetation control, backsloping, crop damages, fencing, and so on.
So just one thing, Jeremy, page 2, just has a little typo. under reasons.
Yep.
You spell like me. We're long overdue.
We're long overdue, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a time. It was a slur, essentially, that word.
That's no problem. The way I spell, trust me.
So in regards to some of the alternatives potentially with this, these policies could be left as adopted. Part of the goal of us going through all these policies is to amalgamate and to get rid of policies that are one-shot items. In lots of cases with these, if you've looked at some of these policies, they are very, very simplistic. There's not a lot of detail irregardless. And in regards to, just if I'm speaking on the crop damages one, crop damages is very much circumstantial to the year. And to the type of crops essentially that are in that specific area. And then in that case, we refer back to essentially what are the historical cost points for those. Alberta Agriculture has good records for per acre cost for things like crop damages, and it gives us a baseline for what those actually will be. Plus, in the case of even construction that we're doing right now, we're going to have to pay crop damages on a percentage of stuff, not stuff that's in our right-of-way, because the construction we're doing right now, there was a substantial amount that was planted within the road right-of-way, but for the areas that are surveyed outside of that, some of that was harvested, but we will always pay crop damages essentially on that general area.
So just a quick question on that. When you're building a road and somebody doesn't or won't sell you right away, do we still follow the same policy and not do that project? Or what, like I couldn't find where you'd updated that.
That's in the back sloping portion. So for landowners, we want to leave a shelf there or a sharp ditch coming off of any piece of property. So we work with the landowners, we explain the process, we explain the design, we explain the design process. If in the event that a landowner says, no, I'm not interested in any back sloping, there's two different pieces here, because you could do a right-of-way purchase in which you're doing a road widening out 5 meters per se or as required, or you can I prefer entering into back slope agreements, because we know with farming operations, they're going to farm as close to the property line, if not the ditch bottom, as possible. So in those cases, why would we purchase an additional piece of right-of-way when we're going to allow that to come back in? We enter into a back slope agreement. There's no cost to us purchasing right-of-way, and then we just slope it accordingly into their land, and they get a nice gentle back slope to the ditch bottom. It's a little bit of landscaping work, but it all serves a good purpose, because then we get borrow material typically out of that process as well. And we address site angles coming through, because lots of times in the intersections and pieces like that, then you can contour accordingly and make better site angles coming into intersections. Does that answer a portion?
Well, I still.
Oh,
if say you needed to, like some of our right of ways are not the 30 meters or whatever we're supposed to have, right?
20 meters is the standard. There is
okay.
a portion that are 30 meters. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we don't have enough room, say you need 30 meters, and you need to buy 5 meters on each side, and somebody refuses to sell, what happens to that project? Like I couldn't find that when I read through the rest of this.
For a gravel road, typically you don't need anything more than a 20-meter right-of-way. For a paved surface, the preferred would be to have a 3-meter ditch bottom, and for proper back slopes, you would probably want the 30-meter right-of-way. If you entered into and you could not purchase that right-of-way and come into an agreement with the landowner, there could be the answer of, do you need to expropriate the land in that case for the betterment of the community per se? That would be a longer process, and that would definitely delay a project though.
So that's one thing I don't think we've ever done in the county, was to do that. We just didn't do the project.
I would say it's the last resort would be to do that. And it would better be a substantial project in order to enter into that I think the biggest thing with landowners is you work with them. You try to satisfy what their concerns are. And then depending on what the project is, lots of times, even if you had a 20-meter right-of-way, you're trying to purchase 5 on either side, you only got 5 on one side, you could still go forward and do the project. You would just have to change some of your engineering extents and potentially reslope different areas that are sloping into the person who wouldn't sell you a piece of right-of-way. So there are ways to not mothball the project, essentially, if that is a contentious portion that you do run into.
Claus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, like the right-of-way, it's 20 meters, like you were saying, and if there's a certain project that you would need the 30 meters, you try to deal with the landowner, trying to get the extra 5 meters on each side, or whatever you would need. Do you give him what kind of a price do you give him for that?
That, I would usually base that off of, when I've done purchase of right-of-way in the past, we base it off of the market value of the land through assessment.
But-
And then agreeing on what that negotiated price is with the
But
landowner.
if the landowner wants a little bit more, is it non-negotiable, or? how do you go about
We need to be consistent. I mean, if it was, let's say we're working on a 2-mile road project and we need to buy 5 meters of road right-of-way off of a quarter section of 4 different properties. You need to be consistent as far as what you're paying for each of those different pieces of property. But it might be circumstantial year to year and area to area, depending on what that is. But you try to maintain a consistency as far as we pay everybody the same price, that's the price. And I have dealt with projects before where we've had landowners who just said, similar, we had 3 quarters, no problem, purchase right of way done, and the last quarter section, the landowner didn't want to sell any land. As much as we tried to convey the importance of it and how this would help and how this would really not be affecting their land much more than we would be, in this case, we were improving his fence more than anything. We would have taken down his old, put up a new, he would have had pretty much the exact same thing, but he had no interest.
I'm asking that because, like, there's some places there just outside on number 25 where they made those extra lanes in the side where we put the new pavement road into going to Colhurst. That Alberta Transportation does do that apparently, and then they get to a certain amount, and I know that the person there, he still did not want it. They gave him a substantial amount more, and then after so many years, they just take it. Was that not the way it goes there?
Typically, sometimes you might have to involve a land agent essentially to get to that point. I mean, the hope is that you have a good relationship with those people that you're negotiating with in good faith. That's not to say that at some point down the road that somebody is going to put up a red flag and they're going to hold you hostage or try to hold you hostage for a percentage of that project. Now, depending on the extent of the project, in the case of an Alberta Transportation Highway, they're looking for a substantial piece of land essentially for their right-of-ways, because there's always twinning factors and widening factors that they have larger, 30-meter right-of-way, they even go bigger than that on a lot of their secondary highways. So it's circumstantial. I mean, in the cases of that would be something that if we got into a real negotiation, that would be something that I would like to bring back to council as well, if it got to that extent where we were basically being held hostage on a project or something to that extent.
Morris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, you were talking about, they're basically base it on the assessment, but usually the assessment is quite a bit lower than what the land prices are going for, and why don't we go with what the local land prices are?
That could be taken, I think you have to look at the best instance for what that essentially is. And in a lot of cases, fair market value for land is very, if I talk to 7 people around this table right now, they would probably tell me, so if I asked you to put down a number of what your land is worth, if I was to buy 5 meters, you'd tell me 7 different things, even based on the different land that you have. But to go off of an assessed value, the assessed value is somewhat more concrete because it's a set value. Now, with that being said, that value from the county assessor would be based off of regional land prices, so it would be comparable to probably Lethbridge County would be comparable to the MD of Tabor as far as some land costs for irrigation. The further away you get, some dry land crops obviously, or dry land areas would become less value as you get closer to 40 Mile County or the County of Warner. There's reduced costs on land. So these are all considerations you have to take into place, but usually typically I think the last, just as a number, I think the last time I did any purchasing of right away was 5 years ago, and it was $2,000 for dry land and $4,000 for irrigation land. Now, the one thing that is always a question with landowners is, can I still farm that? Because if you purchase it, then it is become part of county land or county-owned right-of-way. So lots of farmers become very disinterested in that aspect until you say you're still allowed to farm back to here, and that's what that backsloping agreement essentially addresses.
I think that's, oh, go ahead, Marcia, sorry.
Yeah, thank you for that, but you know, the thing is, you're saying you use 2,000 and 4,000, you know, but it's substantial higher than what that is, you know, like irrigation right now is selling for 16,000 plus an acre. You know, so that is quite a bit higher as what you're speaking on there. However, you know, those things can be worked out or whatever. But if they don't want to sign and it's needed down there, so you want to expropriate, and anyways, how long does that take?
That could take a very long time. Could take several years. I mean, in working in city environments, I've known that that's taken anywhere from 3 to 5 years. But usually, you're starting that process well back from when you've got your project forecasted. The one thing I just want to make one more comment in regards to the right of way. The one thing that my preference is, especially on gravel road construction, is, and I can't speak for Devin on this one, but on gravel road construction, we would rather enter into backslope agreements with individuals than purchase right of way. Because purchasing right of way, like I said, it gives that impression that we don't want you to farm any portion of that, versus if we do a backslope agreement, nobody's losing any land, there's no transaction. We enter into a backslope agreement, they get a gentle slope into their existing land, and we maintain the 20-foot right of way, or 20-meter right of way. That's the preferred route versus, I know there was a period of time where everybody said, well, you got to buy it. Honestly, there's no purpose to buy it, and then just basically, I'm not going to go around and ask for rent for people that are farming the right of way essentially at that point. I think we can all say that there is plenty of farming of the road allowance throughout the county, that we're not exactly going around charging rent for that land.
I just wanted to, name an example, and I remember that for some years back when I was at the LNID, we had to do major pipelines structured, and there's one parcel owner, he was holding it up, and he said, well, go through the avenues of expropriating, but anyways, that would take 4 or 5 years. So anyways, and I'm not sure if the county or the municipalities have that power or whatever. We finally kind of paid the man what he was asking for, which was substantial more than what the norm was. Can the county do that? How, and and we were, at that time, we were talking about it, well, that might be president's heading, or whatever. It never was. It was just happened with that particular guy, and we did, and we went ahead with the project. Can the county do that too?
As a municipal entity, yes. I mean, we can expropriate land if required, and we can supply good backing for why that is needed. We have to show a need. I mean, you can't just say you want something. You have to provide a substantial need. So in the case of a pipeline, it's a need that benefits a vast majority of people. If we're doing a road right of way and we need that to provide the road structure or many different instances, we're saying this is a need for the public. It's very similar to having utilities in the right of way. It provides to a vast array of people, it provides a need to the public. It's not a want, it provides a need.
I understand where you're coming from with the assessed value the assessor provides, but in most cases, it's not very accurate. Because like if you pay, I'm just say dry land, if you pay $5,000 an acre and you come along and the municipality only wants to give you 2, like you're losing money. So, that's not really right. If you pay a mile down the road, you pay the guy $2,000 an acre, yet I paid 5 for it. That's too big a difference.
And that's where, like I said, I prefer to stay away from purchasing right of way and just literally trying to enter into backslope agreements with people so that there's no, they're going to farm it, we'll put the topsoil back into place. Nothing changes essentially, except for they get a better backslope.
Go ahead, Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. That's basically is what happened with that Kip Road, isn't it? When we put that in place, we had difficulties getting, the extra right away what's needed down there because we wanted to pave it and we couldn't get it, and that's why you see pretty steep embankment down there because we couldn't get it. Isn't that what happened?
Yeah.
You do run into those instances, and then it's a question of how do you modify your project essentially to still provide the best possible roadway for the public. I didn't think we'd have such a good discussion about right-of-way purchase. Excellent.
Well, I think it's a lot bigger issue than kind of what most people think it is. Like I said, because if you pay more for it than you're offered, it's hard to give it up. Like there's no real justification to sell it.
It is very, very difficult, and that's just like I said. That is why we encourage just entering into backslope agreements. For a gravel road, for a standard cross-section, you really don't need more than essentially that 20-meter road allowance. It's just nicer to have, when you get to that ditch bottom, to have a nicer backslope coming off that versus having a sharper V-ditch, per se, just a property line. It's easier for us in running equipment, too, is when you go to a V-ditch and you do have that sharp bank, that becomes more heavy excavator work versus if you have a gentler back slope, then you can run your bigger equipment, your scrapers and your graders into that area to essentially create that more gentler back slope. And typically most people, most farming operations prefer that irregardless because they want to be able to run their equipment, out on that edge.
Morris?
Yeah, me again. Didn't the Alberta government put something in place down there that the landowner or owners can't hold up a project when it's for the good of the area or the people? Isn't there something like that in place?
That can still hit legal roadblocks. I think all you need to do is look at the city of Calgary and the Southwest Ring Road and say there's a lot of proprietary stuff that happens in those negotiations. All right, well, I'll get back into the meat of this one, which is all of these policies that are on this list to be, with my recommendation to rescind these accordingly. Is there any other questions on any of the other policies that are within here? Any of the existing ones that we have right now?
Oh, sorry, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would some of these policies be more appropriate in some kind of a construction policy, like crop damage and the purchase or right-of-way stuff like that? It's not really a level service thing, is it? It's more of a construction side of things?
It's part of the overall project management when you're looking at construction. So very much, if we're considering construction or rural road construction in an operational sense, then it should fall into that operational level of service because those are connected or linked essentially on that format. If you're looking at a larger capital project, a large paving project or something like that, then that becomes a separate item. This is essentially amalgamating rural road construction, so gravel road construction,
Okay.
into under the same unified blanket essentially.
Okay.
So you would be bringing back all this amalgamated into a new policy?
Correct. That's the next item on the agenda.
Okay. Oh. Go ahead, Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then I'll go and do what is recommended here to rescind each of the following policies: 312, 313, 315, 316, 317, 609, 610, and 611.
Point, just a clarification point. I believe we should have separate, Larry, I'm looking at you, separate for each bylaw to rescind. Do you want to give us your expert advice?
Sure, I was just thinking about this in anticipation of that question. And I think, there are 8 of them. You could, council does have the prerogative of making one motion and wiping them all out. And then if for some reason it was felt at a later time that one of them should be maybe reinstated or revised, there still is a mechanism to go back and just rescind or amend something previously adopted. So in the case of 8 of them, it might be a bit bulky and time consuming to do them individually. So I think, with that in mind, council would be safe to maybe do one.
So, do you one at a time? Or do it all at once?
All at once.
Oh, well, okay. Any discussion on the motion? I struggle because when I read level of service, I didn't particularly see a lot of this covered, so I don't know that I'm really in favor of rescinding this right at the present time.
Call for the vote.
I'm just giving my opinion.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll call for the vote if there's no other questions. Those in favor? Those opposed? Carried.
I just saw them turn away, I can't remember. She's voting.
Okay, level of service.
All right, and this is the big meaty one of the day. So over the last several years, and I'm sure over as long as counselors have had tenure, there's always a question of what the level of service is that we provide to the public. So the intention with the level of service document is that it becomes a living piece, because the reality of the map that we take care of is we have thousands of miles of maintenance to take care of, and it changes on an ongoing basis. I couldn't tell you today or tomorrow if there's a giant industry that's coming in, or if there is another larger intensive livestock operation going in, or the price of cattle, don't shoot the messenger, the price of cattle drops off so bad that a bunch of operations begin to look at other ventures, and they move into very much like what Alberta saw back in, I think, the 70s and 80s. There's the majority of hog farms were in Alberta, and now we've seen a slow depletion of essentially all of those hog farms. So with that being said, every level of service is a moving, living piece, because it will need to be changed year to year to year. And part of the intention of bringing forward a policy is to also have that policy be brought forward to council every year as well, because this is essentially the largest portion of the services that you provide to the given public. 2/3 of the tax collection, 2/3 of our tax support alone basically is summarized to an extent within this document, and provides a framework essentially that council says this is the level of service that we, as representatives of the public, are intending to bring forward and to basically give a forward-looking framework so people understand what is the level of service and what are the maintenance practices that the county provides to all of its ratepayers. Is it always going to be completely 100%? No, because council will have varying demands that change on them throughout the course of their tenures, and that's why this document can be adjusted accordingly. But it does provide the general framework of all of the services that the Public Works Department supplies to the county and its residents. So that includes the grading crew, the graveling crew, the base stabilization crew, projects crew, construction crew. I tried to stay to an extent in a larger piece because this doesn't get down to all of the little nitty-gritty daily activities that would be done within the department. This doesn't touch on administration activities, issuing landlocked permits and stuff like that, because we already have some other supplemental policies that address some of those instances. This is very much just about the level of services that we provide to the public and providing that larger framework that says this is our services, this is what we provide. Now, the other portion that would be form part of this is essentially to do a larger public engagement piece as well, because I think, and this will probably be common, lots of times it's a question of what do we do for that roadway and how is that roadway different from that roadway? And these are all things that we assess on an ongoing basis, and it becomes part of our overall analytics that we provide on all of this vast road network on an ongoing basis. But these are all questions that you get on an ongoing basis, and you probably, I mean, I like to get answers when I ask questions to things, or if I can't research it, and if I can't see it, sometimes that's a very difficult thing to translate. So the idea with this is it also provides something that you can say to the public, here's what we can provide. Now this, what we provide, is also based on a finite budget, because nobody wants to see their taxes go up, is the common thing that we will always hear. And they're always wondering, what are they paying tax dollars for? And it is for a range of services, but that range of services can very much be, if you're only using 1 mile of roadway, you might not see the merit of it, but then you're also getting other things like fire and recreation subsidies and some other things that's part of that. But for a lot of the operations that we have within the county, people are using many miles of roadway. So there's a lot of usage that goes on within this area. The level of service provides an accountability piece for us as operations and administration as well, because we need to be accountable to council about what we provide for services and trying to provide that baseline to the public. I would rather prefer that we say, here's the target of what we're trying to achieve. Well, another IT problem. For us to be accountable, we also need to set targets. So those are targets that we can actually achieve, and I can actually communicate those targets if they've been achieved to council, if they've been achieved, if they've been exceeded, and so on. But all these things need to be quantified. The hardest part currently is in a lot of that quantification part because of some of the past record keeping and data collection. I can't necessarily say precisely exactly what was provided. We've done a lot of tracking as far as just what the overall budget is, but this document gets down into a little bit more specifics about, I'll just pick a particular instance, we grade a priority 1 roadway anywhere in the range of 12 plus times per year. It gives a range of values, but it says this is what we're committing to essentially try and do to provide services to that roadway based on the fact that it's priority 1, which says that it's a higher use gravel roadway. If it's a base stabilization roadway, this is the level of service we're going to provide to that roadway, whether it's we're going to do calcium injection on it or whether we're going to treat it as more of a grade and pack roadway. What are those things that we're going to provide as part of this overall piece? And I know we'll get lots of questions.
I really like the
public's calling.
the explanation that you gave there, because I think it's, you know, it's from year to year, it's different. From month to month, it's probably even different with what happened, just depends on the weather or whatever. But all you're doing is the level of service here, because you want to establish your budget that you need for the year to come. And this way, but you can work with the stuff like a class 1 roadway, like you were talking about 12 times, maybe it's not necessary this year, it could only 10 times, but we've gotta spend some more time on another one. And, like, do you have to come back to council for that? I don't think so.
No, the intention is it's a fluid document and it's living essentially during that period of time. Now, I can't control if it rains for 2 months or something like that, then obviously that's going to affect our level of service that we provide. But this is also a reporting mechanism where I can say for priority 1 roadways, if, let's say 6 months into the year, with our tracking and what we're doing as far as data collection, I can tell you how many times or how many miles of priority 1 roadway we've bladed essentially at this point in the year, or how many miles of priority 2, or how many miles of priority 3, based on what we basically said was our baseline level of service. Now, currently right now, for what's within here, one of the targets I had for grading, and these are, like I said, these are very much targets. Now they're based on calculations of best, in some cases, best case scenario. Some of it's moderated case scenario, because I have to look at, I have to factor in things like the weather, right? I have to know that, outside of it being extremely dry this year, on a typical year, you're gonna lose 3 to 4 weeks potentially to weather, right? So in that instance, then you have to recalculate what's that optimum number you can get to. So anyway, getting back into that. So on the grading portion, we have 7,200 miles. Now, just for everybody to know, I don't put it into kilometers based on the fact that our grid network is based on mile segments. It's just easier to reference from that standpoint. Because otherwise I could say it's 9,600 kilometers and you're like, well, that sounds great. But I go by miles just based on the grid network. So with that, 7,200 miles is the baseline target. On a given year, I would expect we could probably do, because of grading during winter operations and whatnot, I put in there we could probably do an additional 300 miles. So 7,500 miles is kind of the target grading based on what we have currently for manpower, staffing, and machinery. And based on the number of miles that we have and the priority sections essentially being 1, 2, and 3. Now, to this year, to the end of June, essentially at this point, because we have had a regular, exceptionally dry year, the total number of miles we've done is over 4,000 at this point. So at the midpoint, we've already probably eclipsed essentially what our potential level of service is. Now, does that mean we stop? Well, in a lot of cases, it doesn't mean we can stop. It just means we can provide a little bit better level of service this year. Now, this year is probably going to be, like I said, closer to 8,000 miles we might get done based on existing conditions, and if all things hold true to the end of the year, and I look at a 50% point now, 8,000 miles. Next year, it could be 7,800. It completely depends on the season, or the year, or the open winter. In this case, we had a very much an open winter. We were able to do more grading operations because we had those fluctuations where we could actually go out and blade and the roads weren't frozen.
So Jeremy, just before you go on, why would you grade more in a dry year, other than you would grade earlier in the year? Is that the only reason? Because the roads would not be in as bad a condition as if it was wet. So could you kind of explain that to me?
So in a dry year, typically we just have more opportunity to actually grade roadways because we're not dealing with wet conditions. When we're dealing with wetter conditions, if we have, let's say, like I said, 3 to 4 weeks of wet conditions in the spring or something like that, those are days lost that we're not going to be able to do any grading activities. So then we're playing catch up the whole time. And then as an operations base, we need to decide whether or not we're going to do certain maintenance activities and shift over to bring our mileage back up to speed to get roads back up to a better condition for the traveling public. So in a dry year, typically when we get into this one, we do begin to start to focus more on intersections and whatnot, because in a lot of cases you don't need to grade the whole mile of roadway, but we still need to maintain crown on roadways. And the hard thing is when you do have as much intensive livestock as we do have, if you leave your roadway for too long in a gravel road, even in a dry season, they begin to flatten. And it's harder to gain that crown back at that point than it is than not to.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So just going back into a little bit of previous history on this one as well. Some of the previous council direction, so there was a level of service policy that the county had that was readopted back in 2010, and it did provide a bit of a baseline for services, but it wasn't a document that was actually followed, or the level of services that we had within there were not necessarily accurate to what essentially the county was providing. So the new level of service document ties in budget, ties in mileage approximations, ties in more things, and gives a truer semblance of what the services are that the county has been providing versus what the 2010 level of service document had within it. And as we had from the previous portion, there's also some other policies that are all amalgamated into this one, or into this new level of service document, to provide a better semblance and to cover off on all the operational activities, as many of the operational activities as we can that require to be adopted within a policy document. So the crop damages and the right-of-way and the fencing details. Now, some of these are way more simplistic, but in some cases, you're just literally eliminating certain guideline steps. In the fencing portion, I think the policy had 6 different guideline pieces, whereas very much we can simplify that into smaller pieces, because then you're eliminating different verbiage essentially within that document. So just a little bit of background information on this, as we have had a number of workshops and we have had a number of discussions around the overall level of service and having that forward-facing piece. Part of what I've tried to summarize into this, and lots of the questions that I've posed to yourselves and that we've developed over a period of time through some Q&A portions as well as these open workshops, is essentially what are the expectations of council, and me trying to essentially illustrate how does that tie into budget. Because there is that question always with a level of services. Everybody's, as we've talked in previous one, everybody wants more, but more costs more money. So then it's a question of, as you approve the budget, where do you want more? Or can we stay relatively static essentially in some of our service portions? And by all means, I encourage the reviews of level of services, because you are the public representatives. You need to be able to express to us as administration what the expectations are. What does that look from a budget standpoint? So if you come to me and you say we want X amount more miles of grading, or we want more activity in that aspect, I could say, okay, here's your cost point that it would cost to get to that. Whether it's a 1-point mill rate increase or a 2-point mill rate increase, at that point I would be referring to the finance director, essentially what is that cost point going to be to get you to that point. And then it's a decision of, do you want to increase it, or do you want to stay in it, or do you want to adjust some of the parameters within the existing level of service? So establishing a level of service for the county is not a small undertaking by any means, as the demands of the stakeholders need to be considered and balanced against fiscal responsibility. Administration has conducted several of these workshops, as I said, and now this level of service document provides some of the best case scenarios within the given annual budget to formulate what are these reasonable targets going to be. Geez, Bob, I hope I'm not putting you to sleep there. By implementing measurable and realistic goals, the service level targets can be relatively set. Once these targets are set, this provides a baseline of services and defined levels that can be relayed to the public. As I said, this is also the initial steps of essentially giving something that you can put forward facing to the public and say, this is our structure. This is what we can provide within our existing budget. As I've shown, and as some of the attachments on this one are, is there's maps that show what our grading priority system is. So it gives you an idea and gives you something that you can correspond back to the public on what that is. And then you can also understand a little more fully if that level of service that we're providing right now meets what the public is saying. If the public tells you, well, every roadway in the county should be graded 10 times a year, you got to measure what that's actually going to be. And if you come to me with that request, then I'm going to tell you you're going to have to triple your budget at least on the grading portion and the graveling and so on, because there's residual factors. Or I'm going to say, maybe you need to talk with the manager of infrastructure, because maybe we should just pave everything. Which I'm not against either. It'll keep him more than busy. So anyway, this provides baseline, but it also gives you that piece to take back to the public and say, here's what we can do within our budget. If there is more demands, or if you guys are hearing that that needs to be evolved, then you bring that back to administration. You say, and that's why we have our strategic meetings and so on. You say, these are the expectations I'm getting from the public. This is what I want you to produce. And then you move the needle on your level of service. And that level of service can very much go up or down depending on what council's direction is. If we ended up with a pandemic for 5 years and provincial budgets started to shrink even more, you might be asking even different questions, but we got to be prepared for that. But this gives us a document that we can say to the public, here's your level of service. This is what we can afford to do to you based on our existing tax base.
Yeah.
So this is very much though, this is council's document. Because this is setting your level of service. Us as administration takes direction from council and executes essentially on what that is. So on the financial impact portion of this, this is essentially very much based on what the 2021 budget is approved for right now. The intention with the level of service document is to bring it forward every year when you are into those budget discussions to basically see if we need to adjust those level of services accordingly, and then what that cost point is going to be.
And one of the things is too, is that knowing that we're having an election in October, we would be working with the new council too, to go over level of service again. But one thing I think it's really important, the benefit of the level of service is that it sets up expectations for all those people living in the county, so they're aware of when they're going to get their grading or their snow plowing, and they know that ahead of time. I think that's a really important piece. Sorry, Jeremy.
Actually, I'm glad you brought up the word snow plowing. So what about school bus routes and snow plowing? Like, are we not in communication very well with Palliser and the other ones who have school bus routes? Because like up by me, there's 2 school buses go by, but in bad weather, they can't go down my road. So the one ends up going east to the highway and then south to the next road, and to have to come back. But look, are we not telling? Are we not getting the information from the school districts, or what's the problem? I don't follow, I guess.
That is a little bit of a separate piece outside of this. This is the summer operational portion. I've got the winter operational one, but that wasn't going to be part of this summation today. But to kind of answer your question, is the school divisions provide us with a loose mapping of essentially where school bus routes are. Now, as far as grading activity, in a lot of cases, they expect us to be at their doorstep when it snows, people want to get out irregardless, because that's the nature of human beings these days as we're active. The priority system that we could adopt in any winter maintenance schedule is essentially to open up route corridors to get the most people to the roadways as possible. That's why they plow the paved roads first and the gravel roads become a secondary thing. So depending on what council sets for that winter level of service, if your priority says bus routes are number 1, and that's all we care about is we're just going to plow bus routes, then that's our direction from council. That's the level of service you set, is bus routes are the priority. Now, then you have to answer the secondary question on part of that, which is there's all these other people that want market access for all their products and their goods and so on. So there's a fine balance you got to run. But like I said, that direction comes from council. When I bring forward the winter level of service policy, which will be this fall, then you can say school buses are priority 1. If that's the direction, then that's what we focus on as operations.
I do find one thing interesting there, but you use 2 different types of machinery for for hard top roads and for gravel. So I'm not sure why both couldn't occur at the same time.
Oh, they can occur. You're talking about on the maintenance activities?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, well, trucks primarily stay on all the paved roads. We
Yeah.
don't usually typically put trucks on gravel. But then it is a question of, on that level of service portion, and you'll see that in the winter policy is, when do we plow snow? Is it when there's 5 centimeters? Is it we just do it irregardless? You know, if a snowflake hits the ground, we send the graders out to look at the snow. At that point, you know, that becomes part of that, right? And then you define what that level of service is. Is it 5 centimeters? Is it 10? Is it 25? I mean, it's got to be it's got to be realistic to what it is too, right? In a lot of cases, most traveling public, if it's 5 centimeters or 2 inches of snow, nobody has any problem moving about. In southern Alberta in particular, you have to deal with wind, but that's where we try to troubleshoot areas where we get wind blockages and stuff like that.
Morris?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I heard say a couple of times now, realistic, and, you know, and that is the only thing you can do. You know, when you, let's say you got 5 or 10 centimeters of snow, you're still only gonna have so much equipment where you can go to. So, of course, like what our chairman is saying down there, you know, maybe school bus routes should have first priority or whatever. And then the other one is, you know, we have that quite often too. Let's say, you know, one of the big operations in our county down there, they hauling silos and they're also hauling manure out of the same place down there, and all the roads can only take so much. So you might have to go back every second or third day there with a grader to touch up, and do you do so then?
Yep, that's part of the adjustment, and that's part of that variable portion that you provide in any level of service, because,
However, you need to be notified too, probably.
oh, completely.
If nobody says anything, then nothing is gonna happen to you.
Yep, completely. And that's why, you know, increasing that correspondence, I mean, one thing I put out to lots of the road users is, we understand you need to do silage, you need to do manure, and more than likely it's going to have adverse effects on the roadways. Let us know when you're started, let us know when you're done, because then that's the information that we can correspond to our operators, and then we can have timely maintenance. But we're also doing a secondary portion, which is tracking how often we have to, you know, we're trying to be proactive, but sometimes that becomes reactive maintenance, and then it's a question of how much reactive maintenance are we putting in? Because you want to be proactive as much as possible, because you don't want to have to be, I don't have 7 guys sitting around waiting for the phone to ring that they got to go grade a roadway. They're trying to do stuff on a rotational basis, watching activity, and then when you do have some of those specific events, just like silage or manure haul or beet hauling, right? I mean, you have specific activities at certain times that take a little more traffic and therefore require a variable portion of maintenance. So sorry, I'm not gonna be able to answer the snow one completely, but like I said, that's part of the snow or the winter maintenance operational portion. This isn't all encompassing, this isn't every single activity. Because I think you do need to divide those two documents, because you need to define, especially in Alberta, what's summer maintenance, what's winter maintenance. So unfortunately, I can see some grimacing, and that might be the fact that there's another document coming as well.
Morris, did you have?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then the other one is, you know, like we got some, you know, highway roads, provincial roads in our county, you know, like, and one of them is going right by my place, and I see they've been putting numbers on the pavement down there. Are we being notified as a county down there that are they gonna do some work on them, or what is it? Like this would be from, you know, from the province to 407, I suppose.
Provincial, everything through Alberta Transportation, that's as much as we might request what their ongoing construction projects are, that needs to be communicated by them. And currently at this time, I couldn't speak to what is going on in that specific area. I can speculate for a long time, but as far as knowing what kind of construction projects are going on, we try to have yearly communications with them as far as when they are doing upgrades on different stuff where they're doing overlays, because there is some economies of scale question. If they're doing a paving project right next to where we're doing a paving project, then potentially, depending on how much of, we might be able to get some maintenance done as well. But there is restrictions that they face as well, is they're only allowed a percentage outside of their primary contract for a secondary one. But in some cases, if I'll use Tollstrip for example. If Tollstrip gets a paving contract for Alberta Transportation and it's right next to a county project that's getting bid within the same year, we might get a better bid price from them based on the fact that they're like, well, we're not really mobilizing. They're still going to charge us for something, but they might reduce some of the mobilization cost or some other costs because they're right in proximity to a project that they're going to bid on. But we still have an open contract bid system where they're at the mercy of the bid contracts as well. So, sorry, unfortunately, Councillor Zeenstra, I can't answer what Alberta Transportation is doing there.
Yeah, you would think they would stay more in touch with, you know, with the municipalities, you know, when they're doing some projects or whatever. And just like I said, they seems to be putting all kinds of numbers on that stretch of highway by my place. What it means, I haven't got a clue.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Klaus.
But that's probably the way it goes the other way around too. As soon as the province is working on something, do they notify the county that they're working on it? But the other way around, do we notify the province when we're working on certain roads? Probably not either. So it goes both ways.
Yeah.
I'll just
Devin?
add in on my capital projects, if we're tying into or getting close to the Alberta Transportation Roadway, we definitely do notify them. I also keep tabs on Alberta Transportation projects in the area to see who is the winning contractor, and then try and strategize when I release my tenders to try and piggyback on those projects if they're in close proximity. Example, the Kip Road, AECon had a 18 project in the area. It was awarded to them. Then we kicked out the Kip Road tender, and they won it, and we got really good pricing. So I do keep tabs on their capital projects.
There's a lot of strategy involved in a lot of the different stuff that we do, and that's exceptional on Devin that he's actually keeping track of where all those detailed portions are, and there's opportunities to be had when you're strategic to that extent. And I believe we do get like a 3-year forecasted project from transportation, but as we've seen with recent funding announcements or twinning of highways or whatever the case is, sometimes projects just suddenly appear and you have no idea why sometimes, but they do. So the reasons for my recommendation, or I'll touch on the financial impact. I mean, obviously this is a year-to-year document. Services change as council demands change. I'm also attentive to what prices are within the market. I mean, we are seeing higher prices for building materials, which doesn't necessarily affect equipment pricing, but you know, a tie-in portion to this is, you know, we need equipment to do our work. The price of steel has gone up. We see different costs escalating as we need to, and we need to plan for those accordingly. And those are things that are communicated essentially on a year-to-year basis when we do our annual budgeting. I'm trying to always provide the best forecast, but I'm also I'm not subject necessarily to too many tariffs because it's the states we deal with primarily, but there are commodity prices that change and fluctuate. Just like the price of fuel right now, as it gets higher and higher and higher, those are little pieces that might affect some of what our financial costs are for providing levels of service. So the reasons for my recommendation today on the level of service document. This is to ensure the stability and direction of services to the stakeholders of the county. And it's important to stipulate what that baseline is and to have a good living level of service document that communicates that to the public. The level of service that will be formed from an approved budget on an annual basis is based on our due diligence providing the best available information to council based on what we also see as far as being involved with daily operations, monthly, weekly, and so on. We're trying to provide you with the best information to make decisions, but you're still the ones that set essentially what that level of service is going to be. And then we as administration prepare how to adjust or change essentially accordingly with those expectations.
Morris?
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So the way I kind of look at your, your document down there, about the level of service down there, if we as a council pass that, it gives you a guide, isn't it?
Yes, this provides the baseline
Yeah.
for services that we provide.
Yeah.
Tori?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess a couple of points. I do appreciate how you've highlighted a number of times the fact that this document, as well as what we've talked about in the past with our asset management, is a living document. I think that's something that's important for staff and us as counselors to always communicate to the public, because I think there's a risk of seeing a document, seeing a number on a document, and thinking that's the final say, the be all end all. So I think it's really important, and not taking away, you've obviously stressed that, so I appreciate that, seeing that in there. That's something that we can communicate to the stakeholders. Maybe what we've set out isn't enough, or maybe we're over servicing. So we have that ability to adjust, and I think that's something that we need to stress. I also think it's important you touch on how it's based off the budgeting process. The most important role that council has is doing that, going through that process, forecasting, looking forward, and setting the budget for the current year and the years moving forward. So making sure that we stress that relationship when a document like this comes out. I think it's easy. It could be easy for some just to hone in on some of the details and just fixate on those cost points and see them isolated and as standalone items. But I think it's important that this is all part of that bigger budget that we set every year. And as such, as the budget fluctuates, the level of service is going to, at the same time, fluctuate as well. It's going to go up, it's going to go down. So at the end of the day, I think that some people may be concerned that there is council might be giving something up in a sense, a level of control. I would disagree with that. I see it as a way that through that budget process, that's where we exert our control. And through that, it flows down and it becomes administrative. And I think that's something that I always try and stress to ratepayers when they approach me about road issues, potholes, very specific issues, is that as a counselor, I don't have a say over how that specific issue is addressed. And it has to be that way. I can't have that influence over administration. I can take those concerns to administration and they react accordingly. But once again, this is that broad, overarching influence / control, if you want to say, that the council has. And I think it's an important document. I think it's something that, once again, sets that baseline. And I know a lot of work has gone into it, and I know more work will go into it as we move forward, like you said, with other aspects of it, be it winter. Maybe we see other demands put on us as a municipality, and we have to adapt accordingly. So I think it's important that we have a document like this. We stress that it's a living document, and we hold ourselves accountable by sticking to it as best we can. If we're not going to follow it, then I don't see the point to it. So I think it's upon administration to hold their staff accountable to it, and let's do the best we can with what we have. So I really like I think we've had some constructive discussions. I think that this has been something that council's really sunk their teeth into. And having said all that, I would like to move the recommendation that council adopt the level of service policy for public works maintenance based on the budget approved for the 2021 operations.
So this is for 2021. So next year, whoever is down there at the council, it's going to be presented again and go over it again.
Yes, Councilor Zeenstra, I will present this exact, or formulation of essentially of what this is to council post-election. So end of October, beginning of November, essentially whenever council decides on when those dates are essentially going to be. So then it will be that document that, like I said, comes back every year essentially and acts as that formative document for the preparation of 2022's operational budget.
Ann?
And just to answer your question further, Councillor Zeenstra, is we're already setting up council orientation for after the election, and one of the first pieces we'll be dealing with is level of service and budget, because that's something that's going to come up pretty early in the new council terms.
Steve?
Thanks, John. For the most part, I like the policy, grading, graveling, line painting, it was all good. When it comes to the haul route network, I guess that's where I have my biggest concern going forward. I think it's where we all have the most complaints from our citizens. A lot of people don't even use these roads because they pretty much can't anymore for most of the year anyway. I mean, it's not all the whole year, but a lot of times there's vehicles being damaged. It's just the potholes. I think going forward, we just need to come up with a better solution to making these a better road, a better all-season road. Just giving them a treatment a year, I don't know if that's the solution or not, but a lot of them just don't seem to hold up for a year, so I think we just need to do a lot more work to come up with some kind of a solution to do it. I mean, try and cut down on a lot of the citizen complaints and just getting these roads back into the right shape.
Any other comments? Well, I understand where this is a necessary document. I do have some reservations about it. I too probably have some concerns about haul routes, but I still have a concern over compensation for land, especially if you've being offered less than what you paid for your land, and that really does trouble me. But I do have a couple of questions. I'm not sure which page to tell you because I got two different page numbers on my sheet here. Page 9 or page 27, you talk about signage. And it said speed limits will follow design guidelines where applicable and unless otherwise posted for all gravel roads. So is that supposed to say a speed limit in there?
I am just scrolling down. Speed limits will follow design guidelines where applicable and be 80 kilometers an hour unless otherwise posted for all gravel roads.
Oh, mine's missing that.
Oh.
It's got, yellow and black check marks in it.
Oh. Interesting. That is on page 9 though, but it does say 80 kilometers an hour. Now on the design guideline portion, so for a paved roadway, when infrastructure builds a paved roadway, it has a design speed built into it.
Right.
The province as a whole has 80 kilometers an hour on gravel roads unless otherwise posted. And that's one of the things that we have discussed internally in some of the questions that have come through council. There is obviously a need to bring the speed limit portion back to council to have a more formative discussion, but again, that's something that we're looking to do in November. Because we do have a bit of random speed limits per se in certain areas around the county where it's not necessarily consistent. And that is something that I think we should define, because it becomes something that especially from enforcement purposes for our CPO, he'd appreciate it. And so would some citizens who complain about speed.
So my second part of that question is, it says unless otherwise posted, so I know like when you come into a city, they have a big sign on most of the roads that come in saying, you know, the speed limit is, say, 50 kilometers an hour, unless otherwise posted, so is that mandatory for us to do the same thing? Like, how do you know what the speed limit is on a gravel road?
It's not necessary. I mean, I know lots of areas do that, but in a lot of cases, I mean, City of Chestermere, who I previously used to work for, we had a sign coming in ours that said residential streets are 40K unless otherwise posted. The City of Calgary has just adopted a new bylaw, essentially, that basically says the exact same thing. All of their residential streets are 40 kilometers an hour unless otherwise posted. It's a way to get around signage in urban areas. I don't necessarily see it being necessary in rural areas because it's more of a widely accepted thing that the speed limit is 80 kilometers an hour unless otherwise posted. That's through the province, essentially, where that direction comes from. But I added that unless otherwise posted portion on here because we do have some gravel roads that are posted at 50 kilometers an hour. Now, is there part of that though is saying to council when we bring some more of this information forward in regards to speed limits, do you think it should be 50 kilometers an hour?
We'll discuss that later.
Yeah, it's a bigger discussion.
Yep, go ahead.
That just reminded me of something when the Reeve was mentioning that. Though our signs, I noticed when I was out in the county, on the county signs that talk about fire ban, I think they're too small, but that's something I just wanna make note of and we can revisit later.
You want it bigger?
Yeah, just, we should look into it. Just with the recent issues that we fires that we'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Just make a note.
I'll make a
The
note.
big one on the number 3, I mean, it's just a little one there.
Yeah, that's what I noticed on the weekend, yeah. Sorry, Lauren.
Nope.
Reeve.
So one other question I have is on page 6 or 24, and that is where you talk about the use of MG30 on, you know, coming up to at intersections. How good is that proving to be? Because I find them to be actually rougher than a road that's graded.
That one irregardless, I mean, the stabilization coming in intersections, the big thing about intersections is on takeoff areas, you've got those XL, decel areas where people are just pounding on the pedal, whether it's the gas pedal or the brake pedal, and you create a washboarding effect. In order to, by using these products, we get a longer period of time before we have to go through and maintain those. Because if it was just a loose gravel area, you could probably be back there just about every week. Whereas this will lean out what that service point needs to be on that. Now, with that being said, I know operators in general have been very gun shy about touching any piece of dust control, regardless of where it's coming off of. If it's in front of somebody's property and it's rough, my direction is we blade it. It needs to be graded. That's the reality of the situation. Is the best time to grade it after a rainfall? Like, you know, we had some rain yesterday. That would be the ideal time to go through and maintain those. But there has been previous direction, which has been we don't touch anything that's got dust control, which is not proper maintenance. So just on that portion, my direction is if it needs to be graded, we grade it, especially off of intersections. It provides a longer period of time. Sometimes on some of these ones, we'll get 10, 12, 14 weeks before it'll have to be graded, but the reality is, like any gravel road surface, it needs to be maintained at some point. Now, we've migrated as a point of service towards MG30, which is magnesium hydroxide cut with calcium chloride, because it is more pH neutral. A traditional calcium chloride is a 4 to 5 on the pH scale, whereas this is closer to a 7. So therefore, we hear lots of concerns about the salt effect on vehicles and the rusting effect. So this is more neutral. It also has a stabilizing effect, which is an additional piece that we're finding is more effective than just traditional calcium applications.
Claus?
had quite a few comments actually on doing that, just especially before the highways and so forth. And the safety of it is the whole highway doesn't blow full of dust with coming off the gravel road. And the washboards, I agree with you. Probably have to put the blade down there once in a while, but it's a lot better than it was before without the calcium chloride on there. And I had a lot of positive comments from people that said the county was doing a great job with doing that one. So that's I think that's well worth mentioning, because I mean you guys would like to know if you're doing the right thing.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that feedback.
And I think my last question is on page 9 again, 27, and that is your typical culvert size, 24 inches. Shouldn't culverts kind of be designed for the way the drain operates? So shouldn't you start out slow with a smaller one and get bigger as you go along, rather than, you know, say 24 inches all the way? Don't you want to kind of control the water going to the drain at a more acceptable rate of flow?
Those numbers are for providing a baseline, right? Because in a lot of cases, yes. I mean, depending on what the instance is, and depending on even sometimes some of our drainage studies, that size might have to be different. But this is the baseline. This is the baseline number. So if somebody calls and applies for an approach, 500 mil is our target for what we want going through there. In some cases, you know, if a house is on top of a hill, we'll say, you know what, you don't need a culvert. But getting into that point, if you do require something bigger, that's something that we assess essentially from the field. And we will essentially increase that amount depending on what that given instance is. Because you do have potential choke points that can occur, but the idea is to have somewhat relatively the same pieces going along. So if you've got 600 mil culverts going along, that becomes the flow rate, essentially, that's allowed to do if everything's open and flowing properly, or 800 mil culverts. So when we do drain construction and stuff like that, we try to match what we get for the volume of water that the irrigation district tells us. Like we're doing, as an example, we're doing one, we've got a blowout, we got a sinkhole in the middle of the road right now, and we have to do an emergency dig out of one that's part of the Raymond irrigation district. Unfortunately, it didn't end up in the county of Warner. We're only 500 meters away from the boundary, because I was all excited I was going to get to call them and tell them it was their problem. But the pipe that's in there right now is 1,000 meter or 1,000 mil culvert. Does it need to be 1,000 mil? I'm calling the irrigation district saying, what's your flow rate coming through here? Because more than likely, from what I can see from the siltation of this culvert, it's running at about 500 mil capacity, because you can't even see the thing. It's got so much silt in and around it. But we need to match up what that size is, essentially the irrigation district. So if they come back and they tell me it needs to be 10 CFM or whatever the case is, then I say it's got to be a minimum, it's got to be an 800 mil culvert that we put into that place. And then we try to make sure that what we put in there also matches what's downstream from essentially that area. So if it's an 800 mil goes in there, irrigation on water obviously is very easy to measure at that point, because the ditch will only hold so much capacity. They're only putting so much capacity through there at the best of times. Sometimes the ditch riders get a little excited and it's more like, you know, a runaway river, but that's part of their thing. But we try to match everything up essentially as we go along. And then sometimes there is those occasions where downstream we might have to get bigger, based on there's not just this is collecting into it, we've got this, we had multiple variables contributing all into that same thing. So then we have to go from an 800 up to 1,000 or a 1,200. The worst case scenario for us is we have to go to a bridge size, because then I got to get infrastructure involved. Because then that becomes a bridge file and becomes a whole different level of service essentially we're providing on that. But these numbers for the 20-inch and the 24-inch, that's just a baseline.
Okay.
If it needs to be bigger, that's something we field evaluate essentially at that time. And we evaluate also what's the collection points coming into that, what was a pre-existing, what was a condition of the pre-existing. Because in a lot of cases in previous times, there was elliptical pipes were installed Well, elliptical pipes sometimes can be like, I don't know what kind of volume that's going through that thing. So might be a conversation with the irrigation district, what's your drain ditch designed for? What do you expect is the flow rate in a best case scenario through here? I can't, overland flooding is a whole nother beast. You can't plan for some of that stuff. If that was the case, we'd be building bridges everywhere.
Tori?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as an aside to what you were talking about, Jeremy, does Alberta Environment play a role in that when we're talking about sizing of culverts? Do they have a role to play in that with the water, or is it just the municipality working in conjunction with the irrigation districts?
For certain, thank you for the question, Councillor Campbell. For certain volumes of water, Alberta Environment Standard is if you go anything bigger than an 800 mil pipe, you need environment approval, unless it's part of an existing flow structure. So if it's part of an irrigation ditch and it was 1,000 mil, let's say, then you replace with 1,000 mil. They don't have any objections. If it goes any bigger than an 800 mil pipe, then Alberta Environment wants to be involved because then they need to accept or assess whether or not it requires Water Act approval. So we try to keep it under that parameter as much as possible, but not to say that we don't run into some where it's like, yep, we've got to consult environment about what this is, unless literally we're replacing an existing structure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? Carried.
Thank you very much, Council. I know this
Yep.
is a lot to digest, and
Speaking of digesting, we,
we're close to lunch.
we should adjourn because we have to get to where we're going. We pre-ordered the food, so I don't believe we have time to get into another agenda item.
Okay, I'll move that we adjourn.
Didn't know we had to do that, but okay. Yeah. order, and we are down to G 1.3, Fairview Stormwater Pond, request for budget increase. Darren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as you mentioned, I'm here to discuss a request for budget increase for the Fairview Stormwater Pond. As you guys are all aware, through the pandemic, cost of materials has risen significantly. You go into Home Depot and a 2x4x8, that was $2.87, is well over $10 now.
Down quite a bit lately.
Pardon me?
The lumber price is really coming down now.
It is a bit. It's kind of
Quite a bit.
getting back down, but we're still seeing some inflated prices on some of our other products. Steel, poly pipe as well are subject to those increases. So those increases that we saw in 2020 have carried over into this year, and now I'm seeing it affecting this project in particular. Now this project does have a significant amount of PVC pipe included. It actually equates to about 3/4 of the total construction value. And I did ask WSP to give me a rough indication on the pre-pandemic prices compared to now, and they're still seeing about a 30% increase. So that's mainly where this increase is coming from, is the cost of that pipe. So we're looking at about $190,000 to complete this project. Just construction. Initially, the budget was $170,000. So now our lowest tendered costs come in at $190,000. Engineering is about $6,500, and with a $10,000 contingency, we're looking at a new project value of about $206,500. This was originally funded through the drainage reserve, so I am requesting that the additional $36,500 come from that reserve. Like I said, for a total project value of $206,500. An alternative, we could delay the work until 2022 in anticipation of lower pricing. However, Public Operations did construct the pond this year. There is a pond sitting there right now. I actually added a picture of it in the agenda. It looks really nice. They did a great job. But now it's missing that crucial outlet. So that's the last component of this project to make it functional. So with that, my recommendation is that County Council approve an additional $36,500 from the drainage reserve for the Fairview Stormwater Drainage Project, with a total project value of $206,500.
So does the water just go under the road and over to the three-pond system across the highway?
So there'll be a pipe from the pond, which is right here, if you can see my cursor, and it'll come down like this, come down in this southerly direction, and daylight right here. That's just where the grades happen to match, and then it'll surface drain from here. I can't remember where the cross culvert is that comes into this area, but yes, those three ponds is the ultimate destination.
So is there a pipe going in that direction already then?
Currently, no, there isn't.
There's nothing, so you gotta go the whole stretch?
Yes.
Okay. Can you even get PVC at the moment?
We can, yes.
Okay.
It's just at a bit of an inflated price, yes.
Any other questions? So, what do you want to do?
Needs to be done, I guess. I guess we'll have to swallow the increase again. Feel like a liberal today.
We got that on camera, you know. We got that on camera.
We can clip it out and replay it repeatedly.
Well, Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the job's half done, you might as well finish it off. It is an increase. It's only a 20% increase. It's not like it's doubled or 50% or anything like that. So I'll move that County Council approve an additional $36,500 from the drainage reserve for the Fairview Stormwater Drainage Project for a total project value of $206,500.
No. Any other discussion on it? Call for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's go to community services. And G 2.1, and that is the fire protection policy 202 and fire inspection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Council. As you are all very aware, based on our earlier discussions today and what's been going on at several council meetings over the past number of months, administration continues to review our bank of policies that the county has. And fire protection policy number 202 and fire inspections policy number 203 that fall under the Department of Community Services are two more policies that we feel are redundant, no longer really serve any useful purpose for the county. Fire protection policy number 202 was first adopted back in 1997. It was amended 5 years later, and the primary purpose of that short policy was to establish billing practices to recover part of the expenses involved when fire suppression on properties occur throughout the county. And I'll just note with that as well, Council, that administration anticipates bringing a report to Council at some point in the maybe coming few weeks with respect to ideas that Council may want to consider regarding financial aspects of fire suppression. So just a kind of a bit of a heads up there maybe. Fire inspections policy number 203 was actually adopted back in 1996, and its purpose was to establish conditions for fire inspection services under the fire discipline. First of all, fire protection policy number 202 simply states that fire response fees will be charged in accordance with the county's schedule of fees bylaw, and that is what we follow. The main elements of that policy, as well as additional emergency response fees, are now entirely included in the schedule of fees bylaw number 20-022, which is attached. And we firmly believe, and I think you can see that that bylaw provides sufficient detail to help guide our emergency response billing practices, thereby rendering the policy kind of, again, redundant, no longer needed, no longer serving a useful purpose. With respect to the second policy, fire inspections policy number 203, that addresses fire inspections, well, the frequency and need for fire inspections, which are being conducted throughout the county, are thoroughly outlined in the county's fire quality management plan, and that's that guiding document that the Safety Codes Council of Alberta approves for the county and gives us the authority to do these inspections ourselves or delegate them to other experts such as the local fire departments and the officers within those departments who are qualified to conduct those inspections. Furthermore, I'll just note that policy 203 states how much the fees for the fire inspections were, and I use were as definite past tense because those fees are outdated. They don't even match with what is stated in the bylaw. Of course, the bylaw takes precedence over the policy. As well, another little point just identified is that fees charged by a municipality, I've always been advised by lawyers and other experts who know much more than I do that when a municipality goes to charge fees, they should be established in a bylaw rather than in a policy. So again, that would render that existing policy redundant. Current fire inspection fees are clearly shown in the fees and schedule of fees bylaw, at $66 per half hour, $132 per hour. So council has obviously a couple options here, simply to rescind both policies, which is what our recommendations are. We don't really see any negative consequences for rescinding those policies. And in fact, by leaving them in place, arguably it may just open up kind of duplication and perhaps confusion. Someone might say, well, how come you're not following your policy? And we could say, well, we're following our bylaw and our fire quality management plan, which we feel take kind of a higher status than these older policies. We have not identified any positive nor negative financial implications with respect to rescinding either of these policies. And that's part of the reason for the recommendation as well. Again, they're 20 plus years old, and their initial purpose is now governed by those other two documents that I've mentioned, the Fire Quality Management Plan and the Schedule of Fees bylaw, or Schedule of fees bylaw, yes, pardon me. And that is my brief report, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Any questions? So Larry, in bylaw 20-022, number 1A, it says fees for an emergency service department. Responding to any emergency call will be $325 per half hour. Is there a maximum you charge? Is it 1 hour, or what is that?
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good question, but no, there's not. So if an event were to have a significant duration, multiple hours or days, technically, we still follow that $325 per half hour, or $650 per hour fee. But of course, part of the challenge with that, I guess, for Lethbridge County is that in events where multiple vehicles and departments, for example, multiple personnel respond, we're still governed and limited to that $650 an hour maximum. But you can just, we can all use our imagination when there are multiple trucks. Clearly, the response cost is much higher than that. But there's no limit on the time. We don't have anything like that. That might be one of those aspects that I referred to earlier about administration kind of reviewing just some ideas about how perhaps, council may wish to look at this through some other, angles and possibilities and consider changes moving forward. But that's still to be determined, still to come your way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Just one, Larry, again. Do we need two motions?
Mr. Chairman, yes, in this case, I would recommend two separate motions, and that way if one goes back to be, amended after the fact or something, it's just a bit cleaner, I would think. And there aren't 8 of them like that previous list. So, yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry, Terry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having heard that, then I would move the recommendation that fire protection policy number 202 be rescinded.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And 203? Sure, if you want.
Okay, that fire inspection policy 203 be rescinded.
Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Let's move down to G3, corporate services. Administration, G4.1 is the bursary awards. Are you doing that, Tori, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This agenda item speaks to the 2021 bursary award. I'll just briefly go over the summary, and I guess first of all thank Jennifer for her work on this. She put the report together and compiled the applications for the ad hoc committee to go through, so thank you for that. Lethbridge County advertised its second annual post-secondary bursary program throughout April and May on various media platforms, with the application deadline being June 1st. As of the deadline date, the county received 9 applications. The interest generated this year was wonderful to see, as only 2 applications had been received in the previous year. The approved 2021 budget for this program is 2 $1,000 bursaries. Applications were reviewed and scored according to the bursary policy eligibility criteria by the ad hoc bursary committee, made up of 3 council members. Those members met and discussed their selections, coming to a consensus on who to recommend to council as a whole for approval. The committee was pleased with the number of applicants, variety of essays, and interests of all those who applied. It is exciting to see Lethbridge County youth have worked hard and have such enthusiasm for their post-secondary educations. Just to touch maybe on the actual bursary policy itself, what we were looking for as a committee was past accomplishments, school-related activities, community-related activities, as well as other achievements such as volunteering, academic accomplishments, and awards of recognition. And as I've said, we were very fortunate. It wasn't an easy decision. But after going through and using the scoring matrix that fell in line with the policy, there were two that stood out above the rest, and those two were Lexi Hornford and Peter Harris. Both are extremely deserving. Lexi actually just this past, or at the end of June, was the valedictorian of her graduating class in Coldell at Kate Andrews. And Peter has graduated a little bit a few years earlier, but is now endeavoring into his post-secondary career here in Lethbridge at the college. Both of them, like I said, they really stood out, both scholastically and with their involvement in the community, volunteering, working in the community, and trying to make the community better. So with that, I would like to move the recommendation that County Council award the 2021 bursary to the two applicants in the amount of $1,000 each as follows: Lexi Hornford and Peter Harris, to be presented to the applicants at the council meeting on August 5th, 2021.
Any questions? Hey, go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a comment. After reading through the 9 bios and essays that that were submitted, I was very impressed with what some of the young adults in our communities are doing, from the volunteering to 4-H to what some of them have done in their brief work careers so far. It was very impressive. So, like Tori said, it was a difficult decision. So. But it was very impressive anyway.
Good. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks again for the work. I wasn't able to make it that day, but you did a good job. Okay, G 4.2, Alberta Urban Municipalities Association President 21 Tour.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Council. So this invitation is for the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association President 2021 Summer Tour. So an email invitation was received from the town of Colehurst inviting 2 Lethbridge County representatives to the AUMA President 2021 Tour. AUMA President and Mayor Barry Morishita will be visiting several municipalities, I believe, throughout the province this summer. And is making a stop in Colehurst at the David A. Veras Social Arena and in Miners Memorial Park on July 20th. So 2 representatives have been asked to attend the event. There's going to be a barbecue for some socializing, things like that. There'll also be, I believe, some MPs and MLAs that have also been invited to this event. So the recommendation is that 2 representatives be chosen to attend the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association President 2021 Summer Tour on July 20th, 2021 at the David A. Veras Social Arena in Miners Memorial Park in Colehurst.
Okay. Anybody want to go? I'll go if you can't find anybody else. No. Anybody else want to go?
Pardon me?
Anybody else want to go? Ken? Ken? Okay. I guess we, Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move that Reeve Hickey and Councilor Benson attend the AUMA President Summer Tour on July 20th in Colehurst.
Okay, good. Any other discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. G 4.3, Policy Review, Policy 146, Risk Control Policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This report is with regards to policy 146, the risk control policy. It's an amendment to the existing policy that is currently in place. The risk control policy has been updated to more accurately reflect the RMA Risk Pro risk management training workshop program that is currently offered. The previous policy reflected the old Jubilee Risk Pro program, which is no longer available or provided. Through this program, the county receives a 2% Risk Pro credit to its members that complete all of the workshops as required. The Risk Pro funds, I think we've seen them in the budget before, can be used to reimburse for any expenses related to risk management training, IT infrastructure upgrades, asset protection, security of fire systems, gates, locks, motion sensors, and so on. So this is to help the county protect us from loss. And last year, the county's most current Risk Pro credit amount was just shy of $5,000, $4,883.84. So if you were to review the new policy, it is quite a bit shorter than the previous policy. Candace was kind enough to get in touch with RMA directly, and they indicated that the old policy as it stands wasn't really required. In addition to that, the county does have its own risk management operating procedures that we follow. An example of that would be cybersecurity, ensuring we have cameras in the parking lot, even some of our doors, the outer doors that are auto-close. So with that, we removed the need for a risk control coordinator and risk control committee. However, at the senior leadership team level, discussions will take place with regards to maybe putting in a directive. So we do have something in writing that not only supports the policy, but also supports the operating procedures and pieces that we already have in place. I think that pretty much covers this policy. I'll just add that through the Risk Pro courses, Amelia manages that, and there's generally 5 to 6 courses that need to be completed within the year. But she also, and Amelia does all of them in her position with the insurance, but she also submits that to all of Public Works, the senior leadership team, and supervisors. So if there's any courses that are pertinent to a certain department or a specific area, we all have an opportunity to attend them as well.
Any questions? We need a mover then. Claus?
I'll move that council approve the revisions of policy 146, risk control policy as presented.
Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. And no new business and no county council updates. So we need a motion to go into camera. Claus, all in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move that the county extend the current fire incident response plan contract to December 31st, 2021 for the purpose of implementing the response plan and assisting with the development of further fire-related requirements as determined through the response plan review. And funding for the contract extension and required technical equipment can be drawn from the Emergency Services Contingency Reserve not to exceed $60,000.
I wasn't gonna write all that down, but anyway, okay. No, it's fine.
I'll get out of your way.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Thank you. So, I think that's it, other than to adjourn. Adjournment? Morris? All in favor? And don't run away for a second, I need to talk
Don't
to
give me
everybody.
my way anymore. I'll run you over. I'll run you over.